No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the to separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. and eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love.
Hello, good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, you know, as usual, we have interesting information affecting the lives of the people around the world for you today. Yes, you know, we continue to pay tribute to the friends, associates, and family of one of our great, Ricky Singh. Yes, that Caribbean giant, and one of those who kept the profession of journalism burning for decades. Rest in peace, Ricky. Well, as it relates to things which are affecting the lives of the people, we observe that the US government has decided to put a tax on remittance. So those people in America who are sending money to their relatives at home will now have to pay a tax. And in Jamaica, the US government has also decided to increase the cost of visas. It is now going to cost 435 US. And remember that your application, there is not a must, it is not a certainty that your application will be accepted at the first time. So here it is. We know that remittances to countries like Jamaica is going to be affected. We know that. We know, and remittance is one of the largest income earner of US dollars in Jamaica. That is going to be affected. Well, we have two members of the diaspora with us we are going to share some views on this. Well-known international journalist Norris MacDonald and Valentine Williams, man from the Food Basket Parish of St. Elizabeth. But they are no Americans. They are living the good life in the big American paradise. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Brother Desmond. The election campaign starts already on your radio station.
Good afternoon to you, Desmond, and also to my good friend Nara.
Yeah, respect. Respect.
I don't know if you remember me anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, man, I remember.
Okay, don't go no further.
Well, yes, sir.
Well, yes, things is heating up. Things is heating up in the little island there.
Boy, you know, Norris, one of the things that I want you to come back later on, because one of the things that I don't know if you saw this, but Sports Max, you're aware of Sports Max?
Yes.
And Loop News. You're aware of it too? Mm-hmm. Well, those two were controlled by Digicel, and Digicel has decided to close them down.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. And well, one thing I know you're aware of is that the media, because traditional media in the United States is also facing this crisis. There has been a fall in income, and I know it is having a negative impact on media in Jamaica
Yes.
and in the Caribbean, right? So that is a threat to freedom of expression.
Yes.
Yes, because I know that in Jamaica the big media houses are feeling the pinch also, right? But
Yes.
they have been around for a long while, so they have a foundation. But the younger media houses, entities, are also facing it. And in addition to that, there are also other threats because, for example, one of the things that is observed, that I know that the PNP is not in, our NNN, that is Cliff Station, is not in good stead with the PNP, right? And based on its editorial output is in support of the government, right? And then one is concerned that if the PNP win the elections, what will happen to NNN? You know, I
understand.
Yeah. But let us talk about the instance now where Jamaicans sending home money will have to pay a tax. Now, what are the implications of that?
Well, okay, quickly, if I may go. There, right now, the US dollar is at a 50-year low. So all this is taking place in the context of the American economy itself tanking, which means that there are more financial pressures are going to be being heaped up on people here, including Jamaicans and so on. You find the mortgage rates has been going up, rent has been going up, insurance and homes has been going up, amongst other things. And on top of that, now you have this financial pressure, this punishment from the Trump administration targeting immigrants and so on. So, and how it is segmented. Where, for example, those who don't have no papers at all, Americans say you can't send money. That is one of the issues, right?
Yes.
And then those who, are citizens or whatever are sending money, then they face the added pressure. So, and when that money reach home now in Jamaica, given what is happening with the dollar, you find say the value, the take home money where the person may have it's getting smaller and smaller.
Yes.
So it's person impact and pressure reaching the family members at home. And you have the stress on the people working up here who, if they used to sell $100, they may can't sell no more than $50 or, because of the financial pressures amongst other things,
Yes.
Right?
Yes, yes. So you said something a while ago. You said that mortgages, in other words, there's also an increase in cost of living in America since the Donald Trump administration.
Yeah, tremendous increase in cost of living and so on. Because right now, economists say if you have two quarters decline, then you're in a recession. And the way it is right now, officially, although they're trying to dodge America, the economy, and what the main trigger for that is the warfare which Trump started with everybody about tariff.
Yes.
There's the big bully man system, and it just didn't work. Many countries, people don't have to trade with America. And one I think about it too, you find so yeah, the pressures are coming on the consumers, where the banks themselves, the banks are under pressure. The mortgage lenders themselves now, well, not all that's what they are doing is just rip off, right? So where people you may have a fixed in pocket. And what they try to do is say, in collusion with the insurance company, they say that they have escrow shortage.
Yes.
So therefore, they find a way if it's put up an exam, say $1,200 for the year, and it's keep going up and so on.
Okay.
So for basic rental, in America right now, you find say young people have given up the dream of buying a home or moving out of the family. You see 10 cars in a 1 yard. I mean, it's bad as that. You know, and then you have the price of the supermarket. You know, a lot of things that happen where it's difficult for for people here.
Food prices are going up too?
Yeah, the other day egg had reached $12. It has come down somewhat the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But not bad as that, where egg prices was out of Walmart has raised the price on a lot of goods. Dollar store. The basic dollar store, you know, you walk in and pay $1.25, you buy an item. Their prices have moved now, so say between you still have $1.25 item, but now you have $3, you have $5. They call them now dollar plus, right? So and that is where it's not just ordinary people are shopping there. You find say many blue collar workers, they say white people would go and shop in those stores, in Walmart. Those stores are cheaper than Walmart, you know. So at the bottom line, prices have moved up tremendously. It means let's take money in people's pocket, giving other things and so on. Let's spend it more money, smaller food on the table, precious to pay a bill.
Wow. That is really, really, because I know one of the staying power of the U.S. over the years is that the cost of food and clothes in America has been cheap.
Yes.
Right? Wages were stagnant, but the cost of food and clothes was, at the bottom line. So it was affordable. But
if I can just make one final point here, and you're right with that. China supplies cheap goods to America, and Walmart, everybody profits off the goods from China. Now, into this picture now, I should add, you come this so-called big ugly bill, right? Where they've been cutting food stamp, income support. There's been cutting medical insurance, amongst other things. Rural hospitals are closed. So the bottom line, again, other than that, woes on top of woes. More and more financial pressure has been heaped up on people.
Yeah.
After the immigrant community is suffering in that sense.
oh, right. So I know that the Jamaican economy is going to get a negative feedback because remittance used to be one of the largest, if not the largest, income US dollar earner for Jamaica. And
right.
I know that is going to be reduced now.
Yes.
Will Valentine, what
Yes, sir.
what is your take on this situation?
Well, with the remittance,
Yes, sir.
it's going to be a havoc on the people in the Caribbean also. But in Jamaica, it's I see the underground entrepreneurship. Because as long as there's a way they will find a way to get the money to the people them out there. And the scamming and it's going to become more scammers. So here and there.
Okay.
If you get what I mean.
Yes.
So it's going to a lot of people. I've spoken to some guys and I said, well, this is my time to shine now. Because I can provide the stuff down there for them.
You can.
They come to me, give me what
They can provide the service.
So and I know yes, they can provide the service. So you know where that goes.
Yes, sir. Yes, I can.
Yes.
I can well imagine that it is going to open up an income base for certain people. Yes, yes.
And but what now is about eggs. I heard the president said egg reduced to 400%.
Yes.
If you go to the supermarket and you does the egg, instead of you paying for the egg, the supermarket will have to pay you to take a dozen egg from them. I don't know where he get his maths from.
Yes.
this thing here, you just have to laugh when you hear this man speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just have to laugh. There's nothing. It makes no sense.
It's like big boy, you know what I mean?
Yes. Look, he will say, you'll agree to something right now. So, yes, this is best. And somebody say, no, it's not like that. And tomorrow he blame you for saying it was the best. He blame someone else. So what he says,
another thing, gentlemen, I don't know if both of you have been watching this, but this fallout between Elon Musk and President Trump is not only is it straight, well, it's not strange to me, because I must tell you, when I saw this relationship, in my head, I saw something wrong with it, and I know it won't work, I know something is going to happen.
It lasted long.
All right, okay.
It lasted long.
Yes, but so far, what has been the feedback? Have you been, what has been the feedback from the American audience?
Well, from my side, no love lost.
Yeah?
From my side, yeah. No love lost.
Okay.
They don't care about them.
Okay.
So today they're at war, tomorrow they try to patch up, and the next following day they're back at war again. So you don't know.
Yes.
You don't know what to say about them.
I saw a report, I don't know if this is true. Elon Musk said that he's forming a political party. Is that true?
Well, that's what he says. But you don't say it. That's not how a political party is formed. Just saying you're going to form a political party. That's not true.
Okay.
You have the 50 states. You have to go to the states and see what the laws and all of those things goes.
Yes.
Before you can do a thing.
But gentlemen, one of the things that I don't know if a lot of people follow this. When I saw the amount of money that Elon Musk was spending during the campaign, I said to myself, but I didn't know that votes were sold in America. No, that shocked me because I believe that those things were confined to third world countries. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
They would have us believe that.
Yes.
They are the king in it.
But
Brother Desmond, you should have warned me, say having a stand-up routine today, and I never know. You should bring on Valentine. Listen, you should bring on Valentine every day, man.
No, believe me, man, I'm shocked to see that votes were sold in America, and by the president won the election, right? And now the man is quarreling. And Elon Musk revealing how many millions he spent to, and he's claiming that he was the one who assisted the president to win the election. He's saying that no, a billionaire buy out the presidency. No, boy, no. American democracy is now the laughing stock of the world, you know.
Yeah,
There's nothing democratic about it. There's nothing democratic about it. That's it.
Boy.
Nothing.
Desmond, what is interesting, I wrote a book yesterday, in February, The True Life Story of King Muskrat and Ronald the Snake. It was a parody.
Yes.
And what is happening now, you wouldn't believe it, I literally predicted in that book, if you get that the quarrel and the split and the break up over money, it's contained in the book and so on.
Yes.
And you see, when greed generates no loyalty. When it comes to money and so on, and people have expectation of gain, right?
Yes.
There's no loyalty.
No,
and people
sir.
are coming out now. Yeah. See?
Yeah, that is true. That is true, Norris. There's no loyalty when it comes down to money. None at all.
Yes.
No. And when you see a relationship that is built on money, watch it. It is going to crumble.
Yes.
It is going to crumble.
Yes.
And that is exactly. But you know, what is happening though is that the ordinary people in America and around the world are paying a price for these things, because here it is, this tariff war that the president has launched, it is impacting negatively around the world, you know. And I know it is impacting negatively on the American people. It's not impacting on the rich people in America, you know. But working class people in America is paying a price for it. Yes.
But my take on this is that it creates opportunity also for us.
Yes.
Right? For example, when Trump cut off food aid to third world countries and so on, right? Why then somebody say, here's a piece of bread, here's a bag of rice, here's some sausage. Why you don't grow your own food? So in other words, the tariff also is creating opportunity where, for example, Jamaica, we have a lot of land, right?
Yes.
Even when the Chinese did in 1979, it was feed themselves. The terrace mountainside. I'm a peasant. I grew up in the rural area where we have terrace farming on the land, take out rock stone, and you try and make sure you don't have the rain run off, you lose a crop.
Yes.
And that's what they did. They feed themselves first, and that's what we must reach that standpoint now where tariff or no tariff. We cut down on importation of goods, especially food products, right? By feeding ourselves. And the small dressmakers and tailors and so on, we're supposed to be helping them to develop and grow. We're supposed to be making the farmers produce food for the hotels. We shouldn't be importing a lot of foods per se, you know, basic food items to be used, you know?
Yes, yes. Yes, we have to look about that, Norris. As you said, there's an opportunity there. And I want to tell you that you touch a point there, because we at Rebel Radio, one of the things that we are doing, we are linking up with Caribbean farmers, because that is the way we are showing them. We are discussing food security for the Caribbean. And boy, let me tell you something, you know, Norris and Valentine. One of the things that in the Caribbean, you know, first of all, we must remember that we in the Caribbean, we are one people, you know. So you are in Guyana, you say you're a Guyanese, you're in Trinidad, you're a Trinidadian. But remember how we came here. We are one people. And let me tell you something. The problems are common in the Caribbean, you know. Because let me tell you something, the problems that we have in Jamaica are the same problems around the Caribbean, you know. Around the same problems, right? And this food security issue is something that we are trying to mobilize the farming community around the Caribbean to take this matter on. But I want to thank both of you this afternoon for the time. And, we have to keep this discussion on the front line because they are affecting the lives of the people. So thank both of you very much this evening.
Yeah, man, respect. And thank you for the front side seat.
Yes.
Thank you, Val. Val, thank you for the front side seat to the stand-up comedy.
all right, brother. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, gentlemen. All right. Yes, that was Norris MacDonald and Valentine Williams there sharing views on what is happening to the people, the impact of American government policy, and how it is affecting the lives of the people around the Caribbean and the world. It is really something. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we continue our discussions on public affairs and the issues affecting the lives of the people. We have with us now public commentator, Lucius White. Brother Lucius, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Yes, sir. And what is on your mind today?
Well, there are lots of things on my mind, but I think the matter that has been in the public thing to do with the school bus.
Okay.
Is something that I believe deserves some analysis.
Yes. First of all, let me ask you, you support the school bus system, right?
There is need for school bus. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
It's something that the country is in need of.
Yes.
But it is not something that that you can expect to do it well unless it is properly organized.
Yes, sir.
And it would seem to me as if there is an attempt to bring in a system, but the whole process has not been properly evaluated.
Uh-huh.
And because of that, you're likely to get a system that is going to be plundered by those who are supposed to be operating it without the public getting the value for their money.
Yes. One of the things I saw a video. I don't know if it is true. Well, I saw a video where the minister said the buses are going to cost $1.3 billion.
1.4.
1.4 billion for the 100 used buses, right? No, I didn't know that they were so expensive, because when it worked out, it would appear, I haven't done the maths myself, but just looking at the video, they said each bus is going to cost $12.7 million each. Something like that.
I think, like so many other things, people leap before they look. And it is very likely that a proper evaluation of the system is going to expose that somebody is going to make some serious money off the procurement of the system. Another set of people going to make some serious money operating the system, and the system will not be able to deliver what is expected.
Yes.
If you remember, not so long ago, it was revealed the tremendous amount of losses that JUTC suffered from plundering of the diesel fuel.
Yes.
Now, unless proper arrangements have been made, what is going to stop that kind of robbery to go on with this new system that is going to find itself operating somewhere between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Transport. You see, when you have that kind of situation, the case of where the losses really belong is going to fall between stools, and the money will never be properly accounted for. And the service, I have a funny feeling, won't be what we expect.
Yeah, because
remember, the government is not armed with data with regard to the census, which is telling you how many children are where going to where. And you're developing a bus system. You know that children are supposed to come to the school, but you know where they're starting from and how are they traveling currently. So altogether, the concept of like I said, the concept for a school bus is overdue, but it is not something that can be done efficiently without the proper data.
I am I'm in agreement with you, Lucius, because it is clear that we need a school bus system, right? So it is a good move by the government to introduce the system. But one of the things I don't like about it, you see, is the timing. The timing. It comes at a time when the government is using it as one of its vote-catching enterprise, right?
In other words, it may be more a political manipulation rather than an effective advancement of the system.
That is what I don't like about it, because, as we said, it is a system that is required, and therefore it don't need any political manipulation. But the time that it has been introduced is during the campaign time, and I am old enough, and those of us who have been around for a time, we are accustomed to happenings during campaign. When political campaign, when governments are seeking the people's votes every 5 years, this is the time when they promise to deliver heaven on earth. And yes, and they do all kind of things. They make all kinds of announcements and promises in order to convince the people to vote for them. And then after the elections, these promises are left unfulfilled. Now, I don't want the school bus system to fall victim of that, but that is what is happening. Because one of the things that we have to ask ourselves, all right, is these buses are retired buses, right? So they were en route in America. They did their time, and they were withdrawn now and parked. Now, parts for these buses. Remember, if these buses are going to be delivering service carrying children, they need to be maintained. How parts for these buses, are they available? I know that the minister told us that they are doing some retrofitting on the buses, for example, changing doors and making some changes to the buses in order for them to work on the Jamaican roads. Because remember, in America, the roads that these buses were driving on is not the roads that they will be driving on in Jamaica, right?
Certainly not.
Because many of these buses will be traveling on the rural roads, and we know what rural roads are, and especially the conditions of the roads now, right? So it appeared to me that there are questions to be asked.
One of the thing I would like to get an answer to.
JUTC, you mean?
JUTC, rather, was running with 400 and something buses at the time when the government came into operation. And they are down to 100 and something. Oh, they are buying some new buses. But one of the problem is that the buses were not being properly maintained. Now, who is going to do the maintenance of these newly acquired buses?
You mean the school buses?
The school buses. Is it the same people who didn't maintain the original buses that JUTC has or had? Or is it a different set of people? And if it is a different set of people, what arrangements have been made to facilitate them being capable of doing the maintenance? Mm. Because if you look at it, if the buses are going to operate island-wide, where is the maintenance going to be done, and by who? You see, these are things that you can't afford to find out after you start operating, and you're operating for 6 months or 8 months, and the buses, the lack of proper servicing start to cause them to break down. Then you find out that you don't have the facility, and when the bus is to be serviced, and it has to come from St. Ann or wherever to come in, and it is going to be out of service for so many days before they can get back service. All these things and these logistics are things that you have to do prior to your leaping, so that when you start to operate, you know that the department that is dealing with the servicing of these buses is at these particular locations, and the system that you have for the accounting for the spare parts and whatever thing that they are going to get is properly in place. So, like I said, the concept of a school bus, fine. But in the absence of proper planning and implementation, all we are going to get is another avenue where we will be told how much money we have spent in getting you a school bus system without any proof of the effectiveness of the system. Would this be the most efficient way of spending the money? You see?
Yes.
So while there is the argument about the school bus, and it is because out of their concern why the system has to be implemented, and with this kind of, like we call it, urgency. If you didn't plan it properly, money will be expended and you will not get the results. You see? And we can't rule out, we ought not to rule out past experience where used vehicles were procured or supposed to have been procured for service for the police.
Yes.
And it is history. I don't think up to now they have got the numbers they were supposed to get for the money that was expended. Not to mention the service that you get out of those few that you got.
Mm-hmm.
So while we are being given some stories, and I call them stories because there is no independent verification. If these buses were retired, were they retired and then reconditioned and then put up for sale with as reconditioned vehicles with a certain amount of guarantee, or they were just retired, and you go and you buy a retired vehicle and you know that you will have to do the thing. Now, I hear part of the evaluation is how the engines them look clean and shine. Hey, washing off an engine doesn't tell you anything about the condition of the engine, you know.
No.
And altogether, who did the evaluation? Because you see this matter at the door, the moving at the door, that is something that should have influenced not buying those buses, you know. Because the entrance is from the right-hand side, which is in the middle of our road.
Yes.
Now, where it is on the lee side, and it is on the side from the sidewalk. How they're being operated, because they operate from the other side of the road in America.
Yes.
When you come here to drive on the left hand, and when anybody to go into or come out of the bus, they have to do it in the road. So that is why they have to. That is why they have to spend the money to move the door from the road to put it on the other side. So when they're making it sound as if it is something that they had to do it because it just could not operate in Jamaica without that particular modification.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the kind of things that you have to look at. The other thing is, I don't know for the longer buses if they have another entrance, but you recognize that if that is the sole entrance and exit, what happens if you have an accident that block off that road, that door? Is there any emergency exit elsewhere? And all these kind of things, these are not things that we're supposed to be arguing about and speculating whether they are available or not available. If you're going to purchase buses, you're supposed to have a proper technical committee to develop the specification for the buses you need, and whether you are going to have them custom built for to satisfy your demand, or you shop for those that have the requirements of your specification. But if you just buy, it's one thing if a man buy a one bus and do a little modification. It's another thing when you need to do it for a whole fleet of buses, and also to organize yourself so that you can use a bus to replace another bus. So altogether, I think while the concept of a school bus is commendable. I am not chopping and jumping and shouting and say, long overdue, so let's get on with it. Long overdue, yes. Let's get on with it. You need to show the kind of planning that will make it a success rather than a liability.
Yes.
We have the experience of Cornwall Regional, where a $2 billion project gone 20 odd billion, not yet completed, but still with the argument that it's because of the change of specification. You can't start a project and then you just start to just change specification. It means that you started the project without proper preparation. And the absence of proper planning is a guarantee that you will have failure. And this school bus concept, there is no evidence that proper planning was done. And by who? You know, it's one thing, when you take a carpenter and give him a shoemaker job, and then you expect him to make good shoes. You understand? So we have, as a public, what we need to demand.
We lost Lucius there. Hello, Lush.
Hello?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. Yes.
Why not now? Because we are exhausted.
Yes, that is it in a nutshell. To ask for the school bus system is proper.
Yes.
To start implementation without evidence of proper data being analyzed by competent people, then we could be asking for trouble.
All right, Lush, thank you.
Right, your blessing.
Yes. Let us see what will happen, but as we both agree that the school bus system is necessary. Yes. It is necessary, and therefore we want the authorities to do the right thing so as for us to have a proper system in place. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
All I've got now is all to Jesus. I surrender all to Him. I freely give. I will ever love and trust Him in His presence daily. His presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all to Thee, my precious Savior.
welcome back to Rebel Radio. And at this time, we want to spend some time looking at the status of of media in the Caribbean. You know, one of the things that we observe since the introduction of the internet, traditional media has been facing some challenges. And in recent times, those challenges have increased. Just this week, we observe where the Digicel has taken the decision to close down two media platforms. Yes. And we know that, you know, this will have a negative impact. First of all, we think about the employment of the jobs of our colleagues who worked at these two entities, Sportsmax Television and Loop News entity. Now, I know that traditional media in the Caribbean is facing some challenges, but one of the things we want to look at is there a growing threat to freedom of expression due to the economic climate? We have with us two former presidents of the Press Association of Jamaica, two senior journalists, Sir Franklin McKnight of the North Coast Times and Frankly Speaking podcast, Mr. Walker, yes, from the RGR Gleaner Empire. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Mr. Walker, you're from the Empire?
I don't know about the Empire now. I'm with a media group that is having challenges just like everybody else.
Oh, okay.
You cannot,
okay.
Milton, you can't, well, if you don't accept it, you don't. But the largest media group in Jamaica is the Gleaner RGI group. To my listeners and viewers, let me remind them, the Gleaner is one of the oldest newspapers in the Western Hemisphere. The Gleaner is not a new entity. This is a newspaper that was formed before slavery was abolished. Right?
Yeah, man. It actually is the oldest newspaper in the Western Hemisphere.
All
actually.
right. Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when I said you are with the,
and we're proud of that. Mm-hmm.
Yes. When I said you are from...
In 9 years, we'll be 200. When the country is celebrating the 200th anniversary of the abolition of slavery,
yeah,
we will be celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Gleaner as well.
All right. Okay. Right. So you see...
Very proud achievement, man. Very proud achievement. Very proud achievement.
You see what we are talking about. And that structure is facing economic challenges right now. A 200-year-old newspaper is having its problem right now. So the climate, the question is the climate, the economic climate, is it a threat to freedom of expression? What you say about that, Milton?
Okay. Afternoon again. Desmond, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss this. Yes, I think there is a threat. I'll point you to a little fact, and Franklin and yourself would know this. And it's something I've been saying to people quite a while now, and certainly yesterday I had that same conversation with many people. If you look back at about the year 2000 or maybe even the late 90s, the 99,
yeah,
we had about 10 active newsrooms that were doing stories, breaking stories in this country. Yeah? There was a newspaper, the Jamaica Herald. You're both fully aware.
Yes.
The Observer was there. Strong, and especially for business, very known for business, led by its editor, Patrick the Freitas. Then you had Hot 102, you had KLS with Leo Lambert and Judith McCacken and stuff.
Mutty Perkins.
You remember that?
Yes.
Mutty Perkins. You had strong programs like the Breakfast Club.
And Hot 102.
Which was on Hot 102. Yes. And then the Gleaner had Power 106. Then you had the Gleaner. You had CVM, which was number one, was firing, you know. You had TVJ, which had just been acquired. It was a former state-owned broadcaster. It was still operating, it was still operating from South Oden Avenue. Then you had RGR, strong.
Yes.
And IRA FM had a strong newsroom as well. You know, Jerry Lemonius was there at that time, David E. Banks and many others. So we had 10 really fairly decent newsrooms across the board, doing news, breaking stories, and so on. And when you look now, 25, 26 years later, what do you have? You have about 5 or 6. And about half of them, or all of them, are struggling in some way or the other. Some doing far less news. The Observer is not the force it was before. CVM certainly isn't. IRA FM, you know, had the challenges like everybody else in the pandemic. So it's not as strong as it was before. And you have the Gleaner there, and the RGR TVJ is essentially, we are one newsroom. The broadcast is one newsroom.
And nationwide,
and then you have nationwide. So you do have far fewer voices now. And those voices are not as strong. Some of them aren't as strong as they were 25, 26 years ago. So yes, that is a harsh reality that we have to face.
Milton, that is an excellent perspective. I've not thought about the details of it like you have mentioned, and you have even mentioned names. It's an excellent perspective. And I tell you, I was saying to Desmond yesterday when news broke about the Loop and Sportsmax closure. That is a sad day. People don't necessarily understand how sad it is, because it's not a building falling down or anything like that. It's something just going away that you had around there that you might interact with now and then. But it's a sad day, because the more of these media houses that close, the more independent, the more serious media houses that close, you are left more and more with less and less. You are left with social media outlets which have no institutional authority, no institutional memory, no institutional guardrails, and some get it right. And I know people try to be politically correct about these things, but many of them survive on a tremendous amount of sensationalism and falsehood. And the more of these media houses that fail or that go down, is the greater peril we are in the hedging of the democracy. That's just the reality.
Yes.
Yeah, and can I also say, and Franklin spoke of the real sadness that 2 media outlets have closed. The issue also involves, when you look at it from a worker perspective, they're jobs that are gone and probably won't be created again or are not available elsewhere, because the existing media houses can't absorb all these staff. There may be a few that get opportunities elsewhere, but because everybody else is pretty much struggling, there are fewer opportunities. So, and it's not just on your talent, it's people behind the scenes, it's your producers, your production assistants, your cameramen, technical editors, you know, graphics people for broadcast, writers, you know, reporters. Those are, a lot of people don't know these people, and they are real people, have jobs, have rents to pay, mortgages to pay, car loans, that come August 8th, won't have a job, and some from yesterday.
And children to feed and send to school.
Of course, children, and back to school is upon us next, couple weeks. So that also is a very painful story that we have to face. But what I would say though, Desmond and Franklin, and I believe you would have there'll be a fair amount of agreement with me that this is partially a global phenomenon. We're not alone, and also in the Caribbean, because I talked to my friends in Trinidad and Barbados. They're having some of the same challenges, and I was actually surprised to know that Trinidad, media aren't doing as well either, despite the oil wealth. So there is a global problem. Many newspapers have closed in the United States of America. There's a lot of consolidation. Network television and the affiliates are up against the streaming services, your Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, and they're taking eyes from these people. So it is a challenge globally. Some of them are in a better position or stronger position to withstand those the shocks that we face now, but we're all faced with the same challenge. Of course, because we're a third world, smaller economies, generally people with less income, and because our per capita incomes are way below what exists in the North and in Europe and parts of Asia, it is a problem. And with the fewer voices you have, means it's you're gonna have less investigative pieces, because a lot of people are also leaving the profession to get better jobs in the private sector and elsewhere, and also surprisingly in the government, because they need to live, they need to be able to buy a home, they need to be able to pay their bills. And when you have and look at the newsrooms across the country, there is no newsroom, I can tell you, that has even 40% of its staff with over 10, 15 years experience. And actually, I'm being generous there.
No, I can support you with that, because when I look at the content of what is coming out in news, it tells me a story. Yes.
You touch on the revenue side there, Milton. It's very interesting and important that you touched on there, and that's where I also want to go. Because one of the things that is, I had hope, especially for Luke and for Sportsmax, because of their affiliation to Digicel. This is not a weak entity. So you expected, I didn't know what their books look like, but I expected that they could be leaning on that entity for a while. I know a hotelier once is getting into media who said one of his hotel rooms could take care of the bills for that newsroom for a while.
That is good still.
Right? But when I thought of Digicel, you could feel that loop, they could subsidize it for general good or for principles or whatever, not on a strict dollar earn, dollar 1 cent, dollar earn, dollar 1 cent spent, or the other way around. You just felt that they would possibly hold up these entities to serve a greater good. I suppose that those things don't happen much more anymore. Because even the Washington Post, and you were talking about, Patrick, Milton, you were talking about
what's happening in North America.
Yeah, this being an international phenomenon. This matter of newspapers and news organs generally closing down. But that Washington Post is essentially held up by a very deep pocket of the Amazon.
Yeah, by Amazon, Jeff Bezos. Yes.
Yeah. So and that's the comparison I was making with Digicel.
He pumped $200 million US dollars into to the Washington Post, hired the best and brightest. I mean, journalists with 20, 30 years of experience. So they and pay them, very good salary.
But Franklin, one of the things that you have to bear in mind in this situation, is that for example, those who are pumping money, in other words, put it this way, you have to be, and I'm talking about the media owners now, and practitioners in general, you have to believe in the concept of freedom of expression, And I don't see, remember Digicel. Digicel is not a media company, In other words, I don't believe the owners of Digicel they put freedom of expression high on their agenda. So what you will find is that
I was going to say, and one of the things that a lot of people don't know is that one, Digicel was founded and started by Dennis O'Brien, an Irishman, and a lot of people don't know really who Dennis O'Brien is and his commitment to the Caribbean, because they would understand a little better what's happening. Remember, he got into trouble with his bondholders.
Yes.
And he lost control of Digicel. He now has less than 10% of the shareholding.
Yes.
So it's the bondholders who now control the company. They are not people who are into telecoms, right? No. They are taking control with a view to making the company look good and profitable. To sell for a huge profit in a year or a couple of years' time.
Yes.
So that's their mission, and that's what they've been going around, shedding all non-core business and stuff that's costing them, even if it may make them look good, even if they may make a small profit on it, they're not keeping it. Yeah? So that's why they've shed all of those things, and Sportsmax just happens to be one of them. Dennis O'Brien actually likes sports. He likes the Caribbean. That's why he, for example, I gather owns CPL, the Caribbean Premier League. Yeah? Remember, Dennis O'Brien is part of the and leading and supporting the reparations movement. This white Irishman, because he believes in it. So it's not a particular kind of person. He bought Sportsmax when it was up for sale, right? So you have that kind of person. I dare mention Oliver Clark.
Yes.
That he was of that mindset, who was very supportive of the Gleaner newsroom. I know there are a lot of persons who maybe have some criticisms of him, but this was somebody who championed press freedom. He was very integral in IATA, the Inter-American Press Association. He was head of that body for a number of years. He was really, really strong on press freedom and defended his newsroom and supported it. But
Milton, when you say all of that, the thing has to make money or it dies.
I do know. Yes, it does.
These champions, because these you just mentioned are sort of champions of industry in a way, but they can't be there and all the time holding up the thing. And also, the best way for a media house to survive is to have strength, because they don't close strong media houses. They don't close media houses that have a strong revenue stream that's better than their spending. And that's also something that media people have to be conscious of. That the thing has to work and it has to make money. And in our circumstances, you mentioned it, our small size, our low levels of earning in these societies, low advertising take, the environment is not good.
So gentlemen, what do you think small media entities will have to do in order to stay alive?
Well, the big
That's a
ones have to
difficult
start
one.
investing money, Desmond. Desmond, one of the things. I mean, there are lots of rumblings. When I got spoke to some people in the media yesterday, one of the first things that they said is that well, you can mark down 2 or 3 others will be gone within a year. Now, that sense of whether it's a prediction or just a forecast of doom, I don't know. But the point is that the media houses are really, really struggling right now. And I don't know, Milton operates at a level where he interacts with several media houses in his day job. And so I don't know whether it is true that media houses are not being innovative enough. I don't know whether it is true that they're not taking on and confronting social media platforms. I don't know. I would depend on Milton to tell us that. But I know these are very rough times for media.
I think that well, 2 things. First, I'd say media houses have to watch their costs. That is I think one of the really key things. They need to all have a digital strategy. The problem with that, though, is the money that you're going to earn and that people are earning from the digital space, it's not likely to compensate for the losses that you're seeing from your advertising revenue stream. And that's that's the problem that I think media houses feel. Yeah. In the United States, I remember when I was on there's a fellowship I went on in 2019, 6 years ago, and they said they believe there's a time that exists when their cable operations will be irrelevant to their business. They believe it would rest in the digital space.
Okay.
And they had a target. I remember at the time they had made X amount from the digital space, and they're planning to increase that by, I think, 3-fold within the next 3 to 5 years. Now, in America, where incomes are higher and people have a greater inclination to pay for stuff online, that will have some success, far more than we are able to have, because there is a reluctance in our markets generally to pay for stuff online. People will pay for a Netflix subscription of $7 or $9, whatever it is. But will they pay for a Gleaner subscription as readily? Maybe not. And that's the challenge that we face. I mean, and this has been, we all in the media industry. And remember, we're in an economy where generally it is a struggle even to get advertising. Even when we were in the so-called good old days, it was difficult to operate. Margins were small. I remember years ago, a big investor who was looking at acquiring a significant media asset in Jamaica, and said, their financial people said no, they don't think it was a viable prospect, because the return on equity is 3, and maybe 4% if you're lucky, and that means nothing to them. But that's where in the past you had people captains of industry who believed in media ownership, your Butch Stewart and Oliver Clark, who pumped money in to establish it, and made sure they had good press and so on and so forth to be able to, because right now everybody knows that without the Sandals backing, so to speak, I don't know where the Observer would be,
You observe close.
That's just a harsh reality.
Yeah.
But you know, and again,
you mentioned people's reluctance or people's reluctance, let's call it that, to pay for things. It's not necessarily because they're mean, you know, it's because the disposable income is not there. In America, yes. I know. I'm not. It's not that you said so. I'm just saying that. So it's against comes back to the money, the income. Whether people are going to be able to find $10 or $20 to pay for this subscription or to pay for this or that digital, to help the digital budget of any of these companies that try to innovate and so on. We're just in a poor corner of the world. We're just in small society. And those are realities.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we have to wrap it up. Milton, you want to have the final word? We have to take the final word, Milton.
You know, Australia did something very innovative some years ago. They put a tax on the big tech companies, the Googles and so on, Facebooks, and they raised a couple $100 million, and they pumped that money in to their local media because they believe in the media.
And those providers fought over it, went to court over it.
Yeah. They did.
They didn't want to pay.
I know, for example, I've read where the government in Ireland has given monetary support to media to support investigative journalism specifically, because they know the value. This is a government, you know, of media to their democracy.
Okay.
And there has to be, I think, some kind of support in some way, you know, some relief and so on for media to be able to function effectively in the Caribbean. We have talked about it at the Association of Caribbean Media Workers level about, you know, working through CARICOM to do something or like what Australia did, because it has to be on a CARICOM level. It can't be individual countries because they would just ignore you. And even on a CARICOM basis, it's going to be an uphill task. So, you know, we have to look at things like that. We have to get creative. I do believe we have too many radio stations, for example. We have 30-something. How can a market like this have so many? The advertising is just not there.
Okay.
You know, it's just not there to support it.
Those suggestions seem that the Media Association of Jamaica, as well as the Press Association of Jamaica, should help to push those discussions and those ideas, though, Milton.
Yes.
Gentlemen, we have to leave it there, but this is a discussion that we have to continue because it is very important. Press freedom is significant and something that must be guarded. Thank you both this evening for your time. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
That was Franklin McKnight and Milton Walker there, two senior journalists. And we were talking about the... Yes, Milton.
Look here. CBM can't pay them workers every month since June last year, them late with salaries.
Hold on, hang up. Let me call you back. Yes. Let me call you back, Milton. Yes, as we were saying that this is a very fundamental issue. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody's sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we climb. JPS Jamaica. Together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
For sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
This is a message, Lord. I've got to say to Joe, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things, just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy, but when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime, so you had to go out to stay and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you go, for there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be home. He didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. No, I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go. This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so Lord of mercy, where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the head. Where would I go but to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Get when I face the chilling hand of death. Where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to guide me till the head. Where do I go but to my Lord? Leaving below in a whole sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the end. Where do I go but to my Lord? Nowhere to go. Where do I go? Tell me where do I
welcome back to Rebel Radio. And boy, we are that discussion a while ago about the status of the media fraternity. Very troubling. Okay, let us skip over to Trinidad now. Yes, you know, at Rebel Radio we have to keep in touch with our brothers and sisters, and I have with me now Mr. Jensen Lavende, one of our senior colleagues in Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, Jensen. How are you today?
Hey, good afternoon, man. I'm good. Can't complain today.
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Yes. And how is it in Trinidad?
Right now, weather-wise, we're having fine weather. Politically wise, every day is a different day, but every day is a piece of craziness.
Yeah. Yes. One of the things I observe, Lavende, I observe when I look in the Guardian, I see, is there an upsurge in crime in Trinidad?
I wouldn't say that is an upsurge, but there have been, in the last couple of days, an increase in the number of murders we've had compared to the past couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Yeah, and you know, it is confined to, or it is scattered. Is that across Trinidad, or it is confined to an area?
Right now it's scattered. Right now it's scattered. We have it in the usual spots, the northeastern and the northern divisions.
Yes.
There was a strange incident happening in south where two cousins were killed. People still trying to figure out what went on. Two cousins went out, and next thing you know, they were both gunned down.
Mm-hmm.
Not believed to be in anything, but police are still investigating what may have caused their deaths.
Yes, yes. And on the political front, what is happening? One of the things I observed that there is a plan, or the government has announced the termination of some 12,000 jobs. What is happening on the political front? How is the new government settling in?
Well, that, I won't say termination just yet.
Okay.
According to them, if you want to take it from their perspective, what they are saying is that it's a re-evaluation of state contracts.
Okay.
Some contractors were released from their contracts, which were signed days before the general election in April. So there's a whole lot of political argument. You give contracts to your friends and allow it to run for the majority of the 5-year period, because it was supposed to end in 2029, which is a 4-year contract. And most of these contracts would have normally been about a 3-year contract. So even if it were to allow, that means you are keeping P&M contractors within the UNC time frame, a 5-year period. 4 out of those 5 years. So obviously people would be a bit, disturbed about that. Okay. So all the contracts were terminated. The workers, the argument is that the workers would be re-employed under new contractors.
Oh.
But you can't mandate who the contractor is going to hire. Mm-hmm. So even that is questionable right now. But it's now the subject of legal matters. The PNM, through their attorneys, file a case in the High Court today.
Yes.
That matter is coming back next week, Friday, I believe it is, the 18th of July. Mm. And so that matter will be heard on the 18th of July, and you'll see whether or not the termination of these contracts were legal, and or if the awarding of these contracts were legal. Mm-hmm. Either way, somebody's bound to benefit.
Okay.
One of the things that they highlighted in the contracts, though, was that one of the clauses was that the company, CPEP company, has the authority to cancel the contract in spite of the contractor being doing good work. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the arguments that the opposition, the PNM opposition, is going to be bringing forward, saying that that piece of writing in the contract was illegal, and therefore the the new government can't rely on that clause in the contract to terminate some 300 contractors, which would be about 10,000 workers. And there are some other entities, because of contractual cancellations as well, more people have been left on the breadline. And we expect, more legal ramifications to come out of that. Whilst all these lawyers tussling in court, the question remains, what is happening to these employees? And we are yet to get any answer from the government on that. We've reached out to them whether or not they'll be given any kind of social programs, social assistance. These jobs normally target the low income, and single mothers, and so everybody right now is just waiting to see what is going to happen. And I think that's why the court is moving a bit swiftly with dealing with the matter, because it understands who are the affected people.
Okay.
Apart from that, we saw, well, I know there were things in Jamaica past couple of days with the CARICOM heads.
Yes.
So we gonna get into that. But I know on Monday the Prime Minister announced a couple of things that they want to do. One of them being raising the drinking age limit from 18 to 21, and raising the consumption of marijuana from 18 to 25. So you get some pushback with that. Like with everything, you will get some pushback. So just to see when that would come on stream, if it will come on stream within this year. They said that when the new parliament opens in late September, early October, then they will bring that legislation to raise the drinking age and the marijuana age. But we'll see how. I think the gambling, they want to do something with gambling as well. I didn't pay much attention to the gambling. I think they wanted to raise the gambling age as well to 25. So you can't go into a casino if you're younger than 25.
Okay. Yes. So what are the other new moves from the government so far?
Another proposal is I think Jamaica has a chancellor. I don't know if they call it Lord Chancellor in Jamaica or just Chancellor, but they want to introduce that to our judicial system. So still trying to figure out how that might work, how it will work. I'm not too sure how it works in Jamaica. I understand from the Guyanese point of view, the Chancellor is more or less the person in charge of the judiciary, with the Chief Justice being the most senior judge. So I don't know if it's the same thing with Jamaica.
In Jamaica, we don't have, in the judiciary, we don't have a chancellor. We have the president of we have the Chief Justice, and then you have the president of the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. One of the lawyers was telling me that it exists in Jamaica and Guyana, so that's what I was saying. But I didn't see much reading on the Jamaican side. I saw on the Guyanese side where they were saying that this is the position and this is how it runs. Yeah. We're still trying to figure out how it would work in Trinidad, because there have been some loggerheads between the judiciary and the legislature for some time. It's a bit of toing and froing. So it's believed that this may smoothen out any, rough patches between the two, and make the judiciary work a little faster and a little better. Who knows? To me, when politicians get involved in things, they don't make it seamless. It makes it a bit more complicated. But we'll see. One can hope.
Yes. And the economic front, I know that there are some economic issues. For example, what is happening, what is happening from the government point of view? What are the new economic policies that has been introduced so far, if any?
No, none comes to mind at this time. I know Parliament has already dissolved for the year, so it's on a break. It should resume, as I said, late September, early October. And we expect to see some new legislation come into pass to, one, fulfill some of the promises that was made on the campaign trail. But one of the major things in terms of economic is the budget. We are looking forward to what this budget is going to present, because they made a lot of promises that would increase the national debt or increase the yearly output, so, and they have not given as clearly as some people would like how they plan to make or generate this money for this expense. So everybody right now is looking at what budget is going to be like in the next couple of months. Okay. One of the key things that people are looking forward to with regards to budget is the back pay and the increase in salaries that a lot of public servants are looking forward to, which is a 10% increase in salary for a 3-year period. So we will see how that goes. If they don't do good on that promise, they'll have to come very good to convince the unions and to hold some strain, because the unions sided with the UNC on that promise that they would get 10%. Okay. So while the previous government was offering only 5%.
All right.
So we'll see that.
So at the moment, you would say that things are fairly quiet and, things are moving along.
Yeah, for the most part. On the crime front, even though we are seeing a little more than we were seeing in the past couple of weeks, the overall murder statistic is less. Just this morning I checked it, and we are 101 less murders this year than we were last year for the same period.
Okay.
So that's good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's excellent. We're hoping that we will maintain this reduction and going into the coming years.
Right. And I see where
100 less murders per year is good.
And I see where you have a new police commissioner. So
yeah.
Okay.
And he hit the ground running. So people have high hopes for him. Just yesterday, former police commissioner who was saying that he values his wisdom and his intelligence. So everybody again is just waiting. Now he has a 1-year probation. So he has to make sure that within that year he gets the nod from the Police Service Commission to continue on, and after that he has about 9 to 10 years before he reaches retirement age. Okay. So he has some time once he is successful in that first probationary year.
Right.
Which more than likely to go.
Okay, Jensen, I want to thanks very much for your time, and as you know, let us say to be continued as we...
Not a problem at all, man. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That's Jensen Lavin there, Trinidad journalist, keeping us abreast of what is happening over in Trinidad. Yes, coming up next is food security. And this evening we will continue to look at what we must do in the Caribbean to improve food security. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
For sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
And feel like I somehow forgotten, yeah, that you are faced with circumstances so hard to get through. Right now it seems there's no way out and you're going under. Yeah, God's proven time and time again, He'll take care of you, and He'll do it again. He'll do it again. Just take a look where you were now and where you have been. He always come through for you. He's the same now as then. So you may not know how, may not know when, but He'll do it again. God knows the things you're going through. He knows that you're hurting. He sees and knows just how your heart has been broken into. But He is God, God of the stars, the sand and the seas. He is the one who will take care of you, and He'll do it again. He'll do it
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and it's Wednesday time for food security. And we have with us this afternoon Mr. James Paul, President of the Barbados Agricultural Society. We have Mr. Shiraz Khan, farmer out of Trinidad. And we have Mr. Stephen Lane, who is President of the Eggs and Poultry Society. He is head of the Eggs and Poultry Farmers in Barbados. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Happy to be here today.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, gentlemen, as I indicated with us, we want to continue our discussion and what we must do as farmers in the Caribbean to strengthen food security. Mr. Paul, I know that the last time we spoke, you had indicated that one of the moves was to get in touch with the various agricultural societies across the Caribbean. You want to update us on that so far?
Well, we haven't made a lot of progress, but we have to set a date. I'd ask the participants to indicate when they're willing to meet, but I haven't received a response back from them. Yes. But yes, we have to set a date. I'm hoping, of course, that we will get some kind of response going into the weekend, so that we can fix the date as to when people will be able to meet.
Right. Okay. And that is the societies, agricultural societies in Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, and the other Caribbean regions, right?
Correct.
Right. And as I said, one of the things that I was supposed to have done, I was supposed to have sent you the number for Mr. Bernard, who is the president of the Small Ruminants Association in Jamaica. Yes, I'm going to send you that number also. Yes. But gentlemen, I know that you have been thinking about it, that we must take some serious steps to strengthen our food security in the Caribbean. And Mr. Paul, so far you have been around for some time, and what are some of the other steps you think that should be taken in order for us to move in that direction?
Well, we have to, first of all, I think maybe there should be a general review of the current policies that we have to facilitate agricultural production in the region. Because I think one of the big issues is that I think that sometimes we take it for granted as to the extent of resources that are required, or not the extent, but the amount of resources that are required in order to make things work. If you compare, for instance, how we treat other, especially say the tourism sector in our country, where, for instance, governments tend to be very willing to pour a lot of funds and resources into the sector. On the other hand, in the case of the agricultural sector, there's a kind of level of reluctance. And the resources that go into the sector, I believe, tends to be minimal at best. And this is one of the things that I think we need to look at from the sector, that we need to at least ensure that we put more resources, and not just token resources, which of course at the end of the day you usually expect some type of immediate results from, but we all know that is not practical. The immediate result stuff is not practical. I think it has to be more of a long-term nature, and more substantial in order to sort of get the type of results that we're looking at. And of course, the other thing is that we need, of course, supporting and backup legislation to ensure that certain things do happen, so that you give some certainty to investors in the sector too at the same time.
Yes. Let me ask a question, and this is of the three of you. Is predial larceny an issue in Trinidad? In other words, are the farmers in Barbados and where we are, where you are now, is predial larceny an issue?
But let me rush to say that predial larceny is very much an issue in Barbados at the moment, because we have a situation where we have farmers who are experiencing huge losses as a result of predial larceny. It is a very big issue in Barbados as it stands at the moment, to the point we are actually discussing ways and means of trying to deal with it. So I would say yes to Barbados. This is a big issue, and we are trying to look at ways as to how we can resolve the issues arising from it.
Mr. Khan.
What?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But we have it is very bad in Trinidad and Tobago, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. I myself have been a victim of a serious larceny. I have lost some of my best sheep. I had a situation where over 2 nights they went over 75 of my sheep.
Wow.
Valued at $3,000 for one.
Yes.
Right? Additionally, we have a situation where crime is a serious thing, because in the farming community where I live, not only predial larceny, but my home was invaded, my neighbor was invaded and got killed because they retaliate. When my home was invaded, I was not at home. I had just left home 5:30 in the morning. So crime, criminality, and predial larceny is a serious issue surrounding agriculture. In fact, we have a lot of people selling out their animals because of predial larceny and larceny. We have farmers selling out and not planting again, because I had a good friend. He brought a watermelon. He was taking, he giving it out in charity. He brought one for me. Man ended up losing 2 days after that 20,000 pounds of watermelon.
Wow.
So it is in Trinidad, and I did send you all a link yesterday for the interview I had, and I raised it, if they're not going to deal with predial larceny. And I had an interview some time ago. I calling openly for my FUL. Farmers need a FUL, because when the bandits come, they come in with gun that is illegal, and we need licensed firearms to protect our property and ourselves.
Wow.
So it continues to be a problem, and I know a lot of the Caribbean countries, in fact, Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent have some serious problems with that.
And Jamaica too.
And Jamaica. Well, when I was in Jamaica in I think it was 2017 or 2018, we visit one farm they call Al Archer Farm in Clarendon. And their problem was larceny, because he had to put out a lot of money in terms of security, because he was one of the largest Syrian farmers.
Yes. So that is an issue that has to be faced, because that is a negative issue on the farming community. Yes.
But I think it is negative, because the government is not doing enough to do it. Because we did, when I was on the Livestock and Livestock Products Board, we did went to the British people, and we got a program identifying an animal from birth until it reached market or production. We had a system where we had 14 abattoirs in the country, and you cannot slaughter an animal without having a proper receipt and them kind of thing. In Trinidad, it's against the law to slaughter a productive heifer. We have that happening right through people killing, slaughtering, and doing what they want. So the administration is the one that has neglected the duty. We have a PD last in Scott right now. I made some noise yesterday. 4 months, 6 months now, as to a system not working. If you have 4 vehicles in the central division, none are working, all down for tires and brakes and service and all of that. So if you have an administration don't care about agriculture, treating agriculture as the bastard child of an economy, and only concentrating on import, you will have the PDL lastly escalating and thereby running people out of production.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's it. That situation has to be tackled. Mr. Lane, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm sitting here, actually sitting right and listening very keenly because Mr. Paul didn't stay. I know for a fact that today he spent a considerable amount of time addressing this matter, trying to give some comfort and give some technical advice in terms of how to proceed and in having this situation about theft of not only food crops, which is very bad, but also livestock like birds, in the poultry industry. I was a little bit surprised. I heard one of my farmers and a board member of the Babbitt's Egg and Poultry said that she lost several thousand birds recently, but she never brought the matter up, even though she sits on the board. And I was a little bit surprised. I didn't respond because I thought Mr. Paul was doing an excellent job in addressing it. You might not know, but Mr. Paul also have background as being a former member of Parliament and chairman of the committees in the House of Parliament. But what we need to address is the will of the politicians to deal with these matters seriously. We see a lot of support going out there, an instant response for the tourist sector. If something happened, and I'm talking about in Barbados and certainly throughout the Caribbean, politicians and government respond instantly if it impacts the tourist industry. And I think that we have to recognize, and I agree with that, but I think we have to recognize that food security is very, very important as well, and we need to address it. You have to question the willingness of the police to get out there and try to identify the culprits. Even sometimes you have people who are involved in the matter of theft of food crop and other things that have done it several times. If you have the confidence of one of the local police, they can tell you who they think it is. But it really need to go beyond that and have serious prosecution and serious charges laid against these persons. They can have the full force of the law coming down on these matters because it is important. It is an important sector of the economy. But most farmers are taken for granted within the system. I think maybe everyone assumes that we are farmers and we love what we're doing, or we think it's a hobby, even though it's costing us a lot of money. I lost sheep as well. I heard my Mr. Khan say about losing sheep, and it's hurtful. I lost sheep to theft. I lost sheep to in the past to stray animals, and by that I mean dogs. But we don't have other animals that can do serious damage. We have a problem with the monkeys in Barbados creating havoc, destroying a lot of crop. Mr. Paul is advocating that we have to have a program in place. We're not inhumane persons there. We don't want to willy-nilly go there and destroy the monkeys. But we have persons at the highest level in politics and leadership in Barbados saying, how is that going to look internationally if we go about trying to cull the population? And so the consideration there is what the image that Barbados may have if they take a program to cull or to control the population that has grown really out of control. And the consideration here is the image of Barbados. And I think we need to go beyond that and clearly understand the impact it's going to have on our country. Our food import bill is pushing towards $750 million. Significant annually. And that is money that can go into healthcare. That is money can go into education. Because we have the capacity here in Barbados to produce significant amount of food. And we have partners in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, Ghana, Jamaica. We have some partnerships with Jamaica in terms of the poultry industry. Most people might not recognize it, but we have partners in our poultry industry, and those linkages in Jamaica right now. And recently we had linkages with the egg supplies from Trinidad. We need to do a lot better. But we need our politicians to be very serious and committed to the agriculture sector, just as committed as they are to the tourism and our image of if we have to deal with a pest. You know, we don't hesitate to deal with rats and all that, but because some person might think a monkey is cute, you know, that you cannot, and tourists may like them to see them walking across the streets, sometimes being struck, creating accidents and all sorts of things. And, you know, so we need to make some real decisions. If we want to look at food security and recognize the way forward, and before we get a crisis where we can't import as easily as we can import right now.
Yeah. And that
something just come to mind here, please, if I may. You know, we have the chief veterinary officers, the veterinarian, the chief veterinary inspector, whatever it is, all of the Caribbean they meet. The Minister of Agriculture they meet. The Minister of National Security for the entire Caribbean they meet. How could we get our input into these meetings when they have it?
Okay.
And when would we learn?
And that is what we must think about. That is what we are thinking about during these discussions. Because as we indicated earlier, what we want the farmers in the Caribbean to combine and to form an organization that must have an input at the CARICOM level. That is what.
Also have input in that meeting going on in Jamaica right now.
Yeah, that is what we want. We want the Caribbean farmers to be able to present their case to the Caribbean heads of government across the Caribbean, so that the issues affecting the farmers are dealt with at that level. And that is one of the reasons why Mr. Paul is trying to link up with the agricultural organizations throughout the Caribbean in order to make that into a reality. Am I right, Mr. Paul?
That is correct, sir.
Yes. Because
Mr. Richard, just let me say that the poultry industry in the Caribbean have a structure. Mr. Paul attends those meetings. It's an organization called the Caribbean Poultry Caribbean Poultry Association.
Caribbean Poultry Association.
Yeah. Right. And the presidency of it revolves between Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica. Those are the leading entities involved in it, because The other poultry, Grenada and St. Vincent, I know for a fact is trying to get back into poultry because it was cheaper at one time to import poultry from South America, particularly Brazil, and therefore the poultry industry in those islands went into decline. I think those countries are recognizing now that they need to get back into poultry. But the CPA, the Caribbean Poultry Association, is a very powerful organization. They lobby government. They have significant influence within that sector. Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul can speak more about it because, in fact, he attends on behalf of the Barbados Egg and Poultry. He attends more meetings of the CPA.
Yes.
And he can address it. He can address it in more detail. But it's a very important organization, and I think the sheep farmers in the region and the dairy farmers in the region and pork farmers, they need to also look at that as well. But what we need, and before I move on, what we need also at the national level, at the regional level, is to know what quantities of what is happening in terms of food crop, vegetables, and stores. We need to have a database where we can say we can have this much melons, but not squash from Ghana or Trinidad and Tobago or Jamaica. We import a certain amount of poultry out of Jamaica right now, but these are poultry that are value added because this is poultry that might be partly processed, but they have a preference. We prefer to bring it out of Jamaica, even though we still have a responsibility to protect our industry. But we don't lobby too hard against having poultry to that level coming out of Jamaica. Just like we lobby that if we had to bring in eggs, that it would come out of Trinidad and Tobago recently. All those decisions that we make, and we therefore, as a CARICOM area, we need to look to see first of all where we can get breadfruit, melons, potatoes out in our region, so our farmers can have an opportunity to trade with each other. But we need to have a database where we know what is happening within the region.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, just hold it there for me, please. Hold it for me. Let us go for a break. Yes, we are on food security. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, rise, we're connection and vibes. And through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. We are on food security. Yes, and we are talking with Mr. Shiraz Khanna, a farmer out of Trinidad, Mr. Stephen Lane out of Barbados, the president of the Poultry Association over there, and we have Mr. James Paul, who is the CEO of the Barbados Agricultural Society. So, gentlemen, as I said, one of the things that we must look at doing now is how do we form ourselves into a strong organization that is going to lobby on behalf of the farmers in the Caribbean. Because one of the things that you are aware of is that the issues facing the farmers are similar. The issues facing the farmers in Barbados, in Trinidad, are similar issues facing those in Jamaica, Guyana, and the rest of the Caribbean. So what it is fighting the issue individually won't work. If we organize ourselves into a group, then we can get the policymakers to address our issues right now, because what we need the issues facing the farming, the agricultural society in the Caribbean to be addressed at the top level, the policymakers, the prime ministers, the ministers of agriculture in each country. And I think that is what we must do now to organize ourselves. The other thing that I would say is that when you look at our farmers, as Mr. Lane pointed out, one of the things that we should be looking at is to get an idea. We must have an idea of the level of production around the Caribbean. What is being produced in Guyana? What is being produced in Jamaica? What is produced in Barbados? What is produced in Trinidad? And then we're able to feed that kind of information to our farmers. So we know that Trinidad is producing sugarcane or is producing tomatoes, right? And as Mr. Lane pointed out, we now develop a relationship. So if there's a shortage of tomato We know that, okay, we don't have to go to American farmers or Canadian farmers. We know that we can call on our Caribbean farmers to supply a shortage of tomato in Barbados. So Guyana is where we can call to. There's a shortage of watermelon. We can call on Barbados, just like that. Those are the kind of relationship I think where we should develop. What do you think of that?
Well, first of all, let me tell you something, right? You can't call on us for sugar because we shut down our sugar industry in Trinidad and Tobago since 2003.
Yes.
Wow.
We don't have any sugar, and we had, we shut it down, just like how we shut down our refinery, just like that in 2018, and nobody back.
Yes.
You know? So the thing about it is that we lose almost 170 something acres of land, 170 something thousand acres of land by shutting down Caribbean Limited to put houses and industries. So it continues to go that land, and I think we had a discussion before.
Yeah.
But one of the things that you spoke about earlier about the Caribbean, I used to be, that's when James Paul and I met, because way back in the 90s, I was involved in the Agricultural Society. I'm no longer there because there's always some pulling and tugging among the farmers and then kind of thing. The problem we have is that the farmers of the Caribbean do not know their power that they hold in their hands.
That is true.
The farmers of the Caribbean do not know the importance they are to the economy. The farmers of the Caribbean are very selfish in their operations, that they do not want to be part of an organization that when they go 1 or 2 or 3 meetings, they can't get animal, money, or their land. And that's the problem we have within the Caribbean, because, you know, we have so much infuse in the Caribbean that they don't care about the farmer, about giving farmers more land. They're always looking to cut back on farmers on land. Whereas in developing countries and in Africa, you see that now, especially in Burkina Faso and other parts of the Africa now, they are increasing their production by 300,000, 3,000, or 100,000%, because they are looking at their own sovereignty of food security. But we in the Caribbean, we tend, because just like Mr. Lane was saying about, they have the Poultry Association, they feel that they are elite bunch. Then you have the cattle farmers, they feel that they are an elite bunch. We have all of that, but we don't have a Caribbean Agricultural Society, or a Caribbean Agricultural Movement, or a Caribbean Agricultural Association, right? The few high producers unite, and while the others are fighting for the scrums of the economy.
Yes. Well,
very well said.
Yes. Well, that is, gentlemen, that is what we have to strive to build, you know. With all the difficulties, that is what we have to strive to establish. A Caribbean organization that represents all the farmers.
All the farmers.
Yes. That is what we have to do. Because...
Brother Richards, we have a model already within the poultry sector of the CPA, the Caribbean Poultry Association. It's a model that can be expanded on for the pigs, the dairy industry, and other sectors. I'm very shocked. I remember when I lived in Trinidad, sugarcane was a big thing. But I am sorry to say that we are falling in the same situation as Trinidad did 10 years ago, because our decline in sugar production and the lands are going out into housing. It's the same model. I don't know if the politicians in the Caribbean sit down together and plan this. But the same model is being executed here. A lot of prime agricultural land is going into housing and other areas for development. But we have an important industry called the rum industry. And if we don't have a sugarcane industry here, how are we going to have, and we boast about the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that the rum industry produce. But if we don't have a sugarcane industry, we cannot have a Barbados rum industry because we cannot base a Barbados rum brand on imported molasses. You know, so we have to look at protecting that because they have a lot of value in terms of export, a lot of value in terms of consumption for visitors coming into the island, and all of those are areas, specialty areas in agriculture that we need to be able to think about and have the investment in. I know the government here is trying to mitigate against the I wouldn't say the land because I'm not sure about their land use policy. There's a lot of question about the land use policies, but I know in the past they have tried to reorganize the sugarcane industry so that it can have a positive outcome. But the reality of it is that we are in decline right now, and I agree with my brother from Trinidad that the input in terms of financial and other resources have to be there.
Mr.
There too. Yes, sir.
Mr. Lee, Trinidad is a good example. If you don't have a sugar industry, you can still make rum.
Yeah.
Because since 2003, 22 years now, we are importing all the molasses out of Guyana and Belize and Suriname. We don't have a sugar industry, but yet we're making rum. So they may not tell you that, all right, look, Trinidad do have an industry, but they're importing so much. And yet we are complaining about a food import bill. And we shut down an industry because of just political, I would say, stupidity. Right? Because up to now they can't justify why they shut down the petroleum refinery and why the sugarcane industry is no longer there. But what happening is that there's a group of people in the Caribbean. There's a group of people in the Caribbean, big business. Don't care about what you're saying, or Mr. Desmond, or Mr. James, or me. They feel that they could import everything in this country and in the Caribbean because that's how they make their money. And there is how their monopoly of land distribution and everything else. And that is where our big fight is. In our country, we call them the 1%ers. The people who is just 1% of the people, but they are calling all the shots. Right?
And they have a lot of political influence.
Yes, that is a situation where we have to struggle with, gentlemen. I know it is a problem because, as I indicated earlier on, the issues are similar. In Jamaica, we have closed down some of the major sugar factories in the country. I saw an announcement the other day where a new sugar factory is about to be reopened. But we have hundreds of thousands of land that were once in sugar, no longer in sugar. And just like in Barbados and Trinidad, that what the government is doing is using some of that private land for housing development. Right? That is a similar situation over here. What is the situation with the cattle industry in Trinidad?
We have destroyed that when the globalization took place. Because when you have big meat farms like Miller and a couple others, and today they no longer have animals because when you close Petrotrin, just before Petrotrin was shut down, Petrotrin was a large producer of both Petrotrin and Carry Limited was large producer of beef.
Yes.
Right? James, remember that? Carry Limited was to produce a lot of milk and also Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises, which was the subsidiary of Petrotrin. Right? Today, the thousands of cows that they have no longer exist. Carolina Limited, all the animals are slaughtered out, both sheep and buffalo and beef cattle. So our beef industry, because when you have a situation where you're producing over 14 million liters of milk, now not every bull that comes out of a dairy cow is a breeding bull, especially. Right? So what happening is that all of those animals used to go into a meat production system. But you're right, now our production of milk is just like 1 million liters. From 2000 to now, we have lost 15 million liters of milk production. So that tells you the beef sector going to suffer also.
Yes. What it is like in Barbados?
Well, Mr. Paul dealt extensively with that. What he been saying, I think the government recognized the challenge, and they have a fairly, under the umbrella of the BS and under the watch of Mr. Paul, they have a fairly a diminishing number of dairy farms now. There are about 50% less dairy farms on the island than 20 years ago. But recently, the government gave a loan. I think it was administered by the BS under the watch of Mr. Paul to bring in a number of cows. They had to be very selective. Originally, they were going to be out in the United States, but there were some considerations there about disease and things. So they eventually came out of Canada, and that process was managed by the BS, and Mr. Paul had heading that up. So we increased the herd. But we also have a problem. A lot of the land, the prime land, a lot of the farmers are still having forages on marginal lands. And I think if we took some of those lands out of sugarcane production, some of those lands that have the capacity to grow forages that would meet the nutritional expectation of these improved breeds, that should be the best lands that we can grow proper legumes and grasses, and so that your input from soya grains can be reduced and have the cows meet the capacity to produce milk. But there was some effort. The government made some input within the last 12 months. So we're trying to rebuild that industry, and I think the BS is playing a serious and a significant role in partnership with the government and the constituents, our constituents within the dairy industry to help rebuild that. But it's a real struggle. I listen into the chat every day, and some of them are really having some challenges.
Yes, sir. It is not easy at all. Not easy. And
But with your permission, Brother Desmond.
Yes, sir.
Right? Our region here, because I heard the Barbados Prime Minister talking about how close we are back to dependency syndrome. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not everything that they say, sometimes they mean it because they might say things out in the international arena, but their action doesn't follow. No. I think I sent you a video of the problem they're having in the US at this time.
Yes, yes.
So the problem I have is that we may have money in our hands, and we have destroyed our agriculture sector so much that you have money in your hands and you may not be able to get what you want because we so accustomed going to the US for every woman fancy when we have a shortfall rather than paying attention to our agriculture sector.
Or it might not even be affordable, Mr. My friend, even if you have the money, you might not, the cost of it might be outside of your reach now.
Well, but most of it is new tariffs that they're placing on people who have links otherwise. But what I'm saying is that I have grown up learning something that when your neighbor house on fire, wet yours. You understand?
Yes.
And we are not learning because Texas, who produce so much of food, look what is happening right now to Texas.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Right? Just take for instance, just recently in Australia, where some of our so-called sheep and goat and beef coming from, we know otherwise what happening. You understand? What is happening? Now, I saw this morning, I don't know if I sent it to you all, but they're saying that India now is the second largest exporter of beef. But think about what it's going to cost us to bring beef from India.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. That
right?
Yes.
So if it is that we don't want to continue in agriculture and not meet and not decide a way forward to have representation right now that's going on in Jamaica, we shouldn't be talking on the phone. We should be in Jamaica looking to put a statement out in front of those leaders.
Yes.
We have to be so strong enough that CARICOM must recognize us to make a contribution. And it could be any one of us leaders, whoever we decide to go and deal with that, to go and make a presentation of what the agriculture sector is at this point in time.
Yes. Well, what we are going to do, I am going to, at Rebel Radio, we are going to assist Mr. Paul in making contact with those agricultural societies around the Caribbean so that we can bring them together for a discussion, so that we can get them involved in putting together this organization to represent the farmers. That is what we have to do, right?
I don't think you should only look at the regional agriculture societies because some of them are being financed by the state.
Yes.
And they can't speak as they want to speak.
Yes. Right. So we should.
You understand? The stipend are paid. The stipend are paid by the state. The rent is paid by the state. The office staff is paid.
Okay.
How could you go against the state?
Okay. So we need to make contact with the farmers too. The farmers across the Caribbean. Yes, I agree with you. Yes. And so that is what we are going to do. So if Mr. Khan, if you have farmers who you know in Guyana or Barbados, make contact with them. Mr. Lane, same thing for you.
Yes, sir.
Right? So let us just pool our efforts together and try and locate our farmers so that we can get our organization going.
I like that, and I think I want to be part of that. That's one of the reasons why I made the effort to be here. Once you call me to have a meeting,
yes,
I really would like that the few days we remaining on this earth, that we could make a substantial change to how things are being done. Because when in the times of slavery, Trinidad, because before they decided to this globalization, most of the big houses stayed intact. Remember, we used to export meat from here to carry to England because England was our so-called mother country.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Right? So what we used to do now is bring the slave and Indian just to grow animal here and ship it to England.
Yes.
They should take the sugar and give it to England. They were planting because Trinidad and Guyana, because in Trinidad had the best soil to grow sugarcane. And they knew it as overseers, but our people didn't know that.
Okay.
Right?
Well, gentlemen, we have exhausted our time for today. But as you know, let us say to be continued, because we have to continue to organize and get this foundation going. So thank you very much for your time today.
Before you go, could I ask you something? What is your capacity in terms of people in this program?
You mean how many, what you mean capacity, what you mean? How many people we can talk to at one time?
How much people you could have on this evening program?
I think we could have about 8 people together.
10 people?
I think 8.
8.
Mm-hmm.
So could we then look to see if we could get 1 or 2 other people from like Grenada and Dominica and Guyana, because I think Guyana is very important.
Yes,
I had a contact with somebody out of Guyana.
Yeah, I am working on that. So what if you have contacts? Whatever you can just send them and send them and
pass it to you, because what happening is that we need to move from just a few of us and keep going on and on until we could organize some Zoom meeting so that we could incorporate about 10, 12 or 15 different leaders. We probably don't need 2 people from one country right now. Yeah. What we need is one of the major activists that we could move with.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
Agreed.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Until next week.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Bless up.
Okay.
Good to everybody. Take care.
All right.
God willing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was food security with Mr. Shiraz Khan, Mr. Stephen Lane, Mr. James Paul. Yes. Mr. James Paul, CEO of the Barbados Agricultural Society, Mr. Stephen Lane, President of the Barbados, let me say chicken, but it's small poultry association, and Farmer James, Mr. Shiraz Khan. So until next week, that was food security. Let's go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Okay, yes. Welcome to Eyes on the World. And this week we are going to be focusing on the war, the genocide in Gaza. Well, this week on Sunday, the Solidarity Action Group here in Jamaica, they staged a protest in Montego Bay at the Montego Bay Convention Center where the CARICOM heads met, and they registered their protest there. You are now looking at posters that were on display. Free Palestine, yes. And one of the things they call for, the protesters call for the CARICOM heads to break diplomatic relations with Israel. Well, the conference is, the conference is over now, and we don't hear any sound, any release from the CARICOM heads about that. But we intend to keep up the struggle with Caribbean organizations and organizations around the world who are pushing for an end to the genocide in Palestine. All right, so we are going to now take a look at some of the videos that we secured for you to show you what is happening in Palestine.
من الان 5 سال ایران از شرایط افغانستان نمیفهمم. اگر تا جای امکان داشته باشه کار بار مساعده بشه برای ما اینجا بتونیم فرد روزگار ما بشه کن نمیریم جایی. اگر نشه مجبوریم باز ایران پاکستان دیگه کشور مجبوریم چیکار کنیم.
وضعیت خیلی بد. یه دونه از فامیلای ما بود ایرانیا گرفت تو سطل آشغال انداخت روش یه دونه کیسه برنج. مردم میشه اینجوری با افغانی رفتار میکنن دیگه.
برای ما اعلامیه داده بود، برگ سرشماری داشتیم، برگ سرشماری رو باطل کردن، برگ خروج دادن.
Will this actually be an on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire? No guarantee of that, no intention of that on the Israeli side. But then there's this, and one doesn't want to be so I know it's not even pessimistic, so realistic and acknowledging of the horrors of this. There is that fundamental acknowledgement that there is no vista of a better tomorrow, even in the context of a ceasefire. There is no plan for how Gaza and the Palestinians in Gaza will have a better tomorrow, because that is not the Israeli political outlook and agenda. And it's not something the Americans seem to care about. And it's not something the rest of Israel's Western allies are willing to lean into.
تعبهم وشكاهم انبسطوا قضوا حياتهم يا حرام عليه 40 نفر وين بده يعيشوا وين بده يسجنوا حرام عليهم حرام مثل اليهودي قد قررت تجنيد
Let me give you guys an update on the war in Sudan this week. There's escalating violence and territorial shifts, and El Fasher is under a sustained siege. RSF shelling killed 3+ civilians on June 29th and has continued every single day since then until July 4th. This has displaced over 400,000 people since April. 239 children died of severe malnutrition in El Fasher since January, while hospitals face severe supply shortages. The Sudanese armed forces accepted a UN-proposed 7-day ceasefire to get aid through, and the RSF has not yet complied. RSF raids in Zayin in North Kordofan killed 1 child on June 30th, and attacks in Al-Khoi and West Kordofan forced mass displacement to El Obeid. And the Sudanese Armed Forces airstrike targeted RSF positions in Nyala, Bara, and Sayala. 16,000 people fled Baba Nusa and West Kordofan. After clashes on June 27th, 30,000 people displaced across Kordofan in 1 week. There is a cross-border hunger crisis. 4 million Sudanese refugees in neighboring countries face starvation. In Uganda, many survive on less than 500 calories a day, which is 25% of what is required for the human body. Chad, which is hosting 1 million refugees, will have to slash rations without funding. The World Food Program needs $775 million, $200 million going to regional areas, and $575 million going towards Sudan to avert famine. Floods and disease threats. Right now, it is the rainy season in Sudan, which is July to October. Obviously, this risks flooding, disrupting aid supply routes, and a resurgence of cholera, as forecasts this year predict above-average rainfall. Northern state is overwhelmed as 8,000 refugees displaced from Darfur strain resources, and transit centers in Dongola scramble to support new arrivals. UN agencies are not able to pre-position flood supplies due to critical funding shortfalls. World Food Program says that resources are running out as political action is needed. It's critical for funding. El Fasher symbolizes systematic failure, as the civilians of El Fasher are trapped between siege warfare and global indifference. War in the rainy season creates the perfect storm, as floods could collapse remaining aid channels, while the resurgence of cholera lurks. And right now, children are paying the highest price, between malnutrition and displacement and their lives and futures stolen. Secretary General of the UN, Tom Fletcher, he says that the people of Sudan should ask if, when, and how the world will deliver on its promises. We have to keep all eyes on Sudan because their lives literally depend on it. It is a forgotten crisis, and it is so unbelievably god-awful. It is so large. It's the largest humanitarian crisis on planet Earth, and that's devastating to know that it's just not getting enough attention.
Testimonies and videos obtained by the Associated Press show American contractors guarding aid distribution sites inside Gaza are using live ammunition and stun grenades as hungry Palestinians scramble for food. In another video, what appear to be heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby.
Hey, got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. I brought him in and talked to him. There's to the show first. Well, I told him to hold there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
At that moment, bursts of gunfire erupt close by, at least 15 shots. The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were departing. He says they shot toward the exit to the site, where he could see Palestinians leaving the center some 80 meters away. He says the men shot from atop a tower above the site and from atop the mound. The shooting began because contractors wanted to disperse the crowd, he says, but it was unclear why they continued to shoot as people were walking away. The camera does not show who was shooting or what was being shot at, but the contractor who filmed the video says he watched another contractor fire at the Palestinians and then saw a man about 55 meters away in the same direction that the bullets were fired drop to the ground.
Israeli Defense Minister has briefed Israeli journalists on his government's plans to depopulate, to forcibly transfer the population of Gaza, starting with 600,000 Palestinians. Now, the plan is to set up a tent city over the ruins of Gaza in a concentration camp of sorts. There, the screened Palestinians would be allowed in, but not allowed out. They would be provided with food by the notorious Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And then there, while receiving aid, they would be nudged or encouraged, pushed really, to leave the Gaza Strip. Israeli officials call this voluntary migration, but let's remember, Israel is not allowing baby formula into Gaza. It is starving the population. It's not allowing fuel for hospitals and water desalination. So talk about voluntary anything, really, it's doubtful, according to the experts and to human rights organizations. But it is Israeli policy, and it's been so since Trump first brought up the subject and announced his vision for Gaza in February of this year.
Overnight, 5 Israeli soldiers were killed in an ambush conducted by Hamas in northern Gaza. 14 others were injured. We're still gathering details on this specific incident, but 640 days into the war, Hamas still has the capability to launch these types of attacks inside Gaza. We do know Israeli airstrikes also continued in recent days against the enclave, killing dozens of Palestinians. And overnight, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met at the White House in Washington, D.C. to discuss a path forward in all of this. We do expect negotiating teams to continue speaking in Doha, Qatar over the next several days. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is headed to Qatar later this week, where he will meet with negotiators trying to push this deal over the finish line. And ultimately, if it is successful, the region will see a 60-day pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas and the release of up to 10 living hostages. In exchange, the Israelis will have to allow more aid to enter the enclave through traditional means, along with a variety of other agenda items that are part of this agreement.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio here, and as we are on Eyes on the World, and we are going to be talking with some activists now, some of the people who are fighting to get the Palestinian people free. Yes, we, as I indicated earlier on, that one of the things that we are doing at Rebel Radio is to link up with the people around the Caribbean and the world, to get them to join in the struggle, right? Because we have to keep the freedom of the Palestinian people on the front line. Yes, we have to do that, because the situation is totally out of control down there in Israel. has continued with the bombings, right? And people, children, are being killed daily. Yes, the situation, as I said, is totally out of control, and women and children are being slaughtered, right? And we have with us, now we have Hamele Ayube, he's in Lebanon, right? And we also have with us Iman Tabet and Andressa Soares with us. And we are going to be discussing the war in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Desmond.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Now let us start the discussion with Alime. Alime, update us on what is happening so far.
Okay, well, the situation is getting, whenever you think it could get worse, it becomes more catastrophic. In the sense of the airstrikes that are currently happening right now as we are speaking. There is relentless bombing happening in the north, especially. I have contacts in Gaza who I was speaking to very recently, saying that they keep mentioning how the earth shakes every time that there's an airstrike. If it's nearby or if it's in the distance, the weapons that they are using on the civilians in Gaza is also something that people have noted is something that the types of weapons are something they haven't seen before. So they are even using weapons on them, basically trying new weapons, testing new weapons on them because they have never seen or heard or felt anything like that before. And that's happening right now as you speak as well.
Wow. And based on what you have heard so far, the situation with aid to the people, they are still having difficulties getting food, water, and medicine.
Yes, of course. That's it. There is none available. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a death trap. The stations that they have set up for civilians to go and reach food are basically death traps. I think by now, I haven't checked lately the numbers, but I'm sure it has surpassed 1,000 deaths by now of people simply going to receive food from these supposedly food distribution centers. I have a friend of mine in Khan Yunis in the southern area who sent me a message yesterday and said that his brother had gone out to find food, and he had managed to get a bag of flour, a large bag of flour. And as he was getting ready to leave with the bag of flour, an American mercenary, who are the people who run the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, along with the Israelis, approached him and basically just slashed his bag of flour so that all the flour had been wasted. So he couldn't actually take any flour with him back home. And that's that. And that's that you would consider him lucky because most people don't leave with their life. Yes. So the amount of the amount of harm and just cruelty that they inflict upon the civilians is something unheard of.
Yes, well. Andressa, what do you think should be done now? In order to keep up the pressure so that we can get some aid and an end to the atrocities in Gaza?
Hi, thank you for the space. So, as the other colleague was saying, I think we are living an unprecedented situation because it's the first streamed genocide I mean, there's been genocides all over the history, but this is the one that it's being live streamed every day. And still, we've never seen such a level of impunity from a state as Israel to keep doing what it's doing and getting it worse and worse and worse, and not having to face any consequence whatsoever. So, from the UN or from the bodies that's supposed to be handle this situation. So, what do you do? From the other side of the world, myself, I'm based in Brazil, and I work with the BDS movement all over Latin America and the Caribbean region. What we can do is mobilize and act concretely and move our solidarity in a concrete way that we can help. And that said, we have to attack Israel economically. We have to make the state suffer economically, so the genocide wouldn't be profitable anymore, and they cannot keep going what they are doing because simply it's not profitable or they don't have the money for it. Unfortunately, this is how it is. We cannot expect them to act morally or to just realize what they've done. So we have to act in order to isolate Israel and to make it suffer the consequences, especially economic and diplomatic ones. So as BDS movement, we have been doing campaigns all over, from boycott, and this is for individual boycott, but more important than just stop buying some brand, which is important, but more important than that is mobilize together to think of strategic campaigns, to think how establishments and universities and other organizations in your country can stop buying some brands, and we can make this boycott more wider and more strategic. We also have divestment campaigns. So we are pushing funds, and especially funds from trade unions, from pension funds, etc., to withdraw their money from Israel and some other companies and investors as well, because we can make them liable if they are getting money from genocide, and if they are putting money into a genocide, they can be held accountable later. So we have to make them see that and withdraw their substantial assets from Israel. And lastly, but not less important, is to pressure our countries to impose sanctions on Israel. I know that we are experiencing, as I said, an unprecedented situation, and we are seeing how international institutions have failed over and over again, but we cannot simply leave and accept that. So we have to keep pushing our countries to establish sanctions like it was done with apartheid South Africa, and understand that if we not isolate Israel commercially and diplomatically and expel Israel from all the bodies like the UN, FIFA, etc., if countries are not doing that, then we have to push them until they do. And they can be complicit in genocide as well if they are not, if they keep trading with Israel as usual, if they keep the relations with Israel. So we have to keep pushing them to comply with their already existing international obligations, and what has been said in the ICJ, for instance, that they should interrupt all business with Israel, and especially military relations, but other kinds of relations and economic relations mainly, and keep pushing our governments, because our governments should respect and should act accordingly with their international obligations, but also with what civil society is asking for. And civil society all over the world is mobilizing and pushing countries to act in this direction. So from this side of the world, there are a lot of resistance fronts, but from this side of the world, what we can do is keep pushing in order to get this isolation and economic fragility to Israel, and we are able to do that. Israel is pushing the genocide because they know they are getting in a place that they will need more aid, and they will need as never support from abroad because they are in the worst economic situation in their history. So we have to keep pushing, and we cannot give up until we can dismantle Israeli apartheid.
Okay. Iman, I know that you represent the Citizens Solidarity for Freedom in Dominica. I also am aware that there are several organizations around the Caribbean that are in this struggle. But how do you think we should go about mobilizing the Caribbean support? What are the steps you think should be taken?
All right, I want to say good evening to everyone. And thank you, Mr. Richards, for the opportunity to voice express our solidarity with the people of Palestine, and to condemn the genocide and atrocities that is being done against them. And well, this is a broad question, and as for precise steps or precise things we can do, it's beyond me. However, in our capacity, because I speak for our group here in Dominica as a small country of less than 75,000 people, in our capacity, with what we try to the best to do is to educate our public, bring awareness to what is going on, because sad but true, many people still haven't gotten in touch with their humanity to realize that this atrocity and how it affects us, and why should we care? So that is what we basically hoping and trying to do, bring as much awareness around Dominica, and of course in collaboration with our compatriots in the Caribbean. But as the former speakers mentioned, the BDS movement is doing well. People are being more informed. A lot of Christians particularly are starting to wake up from the brainwash, wake up from the false education and the miseducation that they have had for so long, that they have to support this criminal entity in all what it do, regardless of whether it's wrong or right, So we are getting somewhere. We are definitely getting somewhere. And of course, the struggle continues. And though it is, we feel helpless, though we would want to do more, though we want to see more done, we cannot give up hope, because one of the things that keep me particularly moving is that one of the quotes from the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is that he said, whenever you see oppression, stop it with your hands, as long as you can, of course. Then he said, if you cannot stop it with your hands, then stop it with your mouth. Speak up against it. Yes. And if you cannot stop it with your mouth, if you cannot reach to the point of stopping it with your mouth, then he said to hate it in your heart. And he said hating it in your heart is of the weakest forms of faith, And that is where we are today, trying our best to speak up as much as we can. We are happy that the CARICOM in itself have not disappointed the people of Gaza and are taking steps voting in favor of the Gazans, of the Palestinians. And as Dominica itself had recognized the state of Palestine since 2011, and I've voted in the UN. Well, I voted in the UN for Palestine to be a member state. So we as a country on a whole, we are doing as much as we can, and hopefully I want to see more of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, and you raise a point there about awareness, which is critical, because we have to do whatever we can to get the people of the aware of what is happening, because as you said, they have been brainwashed. We have been brainwashed, and therefore we have to educate the people. But let me ask all three of you this question. Are you satisfied with, well, you're aware of the call was made on the CARICOM leaders for them to sever relationships with Israel. Are you satisfied with the pace at which the Caribbean leaders are moving in that direction? Let me hear from you. Are you want to?
You mean me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, in reality, we would like to see it. We would like to see it move faster. And what we would love to see as Caribbean people is for our leaders to be frank, to come out honestly, and speak of the ways that they are being influenced and manipulated. Hats off and kudos to the soldier, Honorable Maya Motley, how she clearly stated how, others, and of course those that have been following will clearly know what she means by what she said, are being influenced to support, in other words, to go against your own humanity, go against what you see, what is right, your morality.
Yes.
Because of what? Because of in areas that you might be getting support from these countries. And that is what the Caribbean leaders have failed to do. Come out and be frank, bold enough. What it is that these people have against you that not allowing you to move as fast. Because that is what we need. As a people that our ancestors gone through equal atrocities and worse than that. And as in Jamaica, the history is there for us to see how much the Africans suffered there. And across the Caribbean, we not today the descendants of these soldiers, these brave warriors, today to be seeing atrocities coming around and for us to be back in like crabs and moving slow towards resolution, slow towards condemning, slow towards just cutting off relations with these people. No, we should have that approach. Be a little more, action. Be a little more intentional in our action as we condemn the genocide. The speed at which we condemn it, at the same speed at which we cut off the relations with this illegal occupying state and its whole philosophy altogether, Zionism.
Yes, right. Aleme?
Yes. Speaking on behalf of the group Curacao for Palestine, I am, of course, our organization is based in Curacao. I happened to be in Lebanon at the time. But I have to say that most of us have expressed our disappointment in our government's silence and lack of action when it comes to speaking out against the atrocities happening in Palestine, particularly in Gaza. Our latest demonstration that we had reached out to various local organizations, which is something we hadn't done before. A lot of the local union groups and organizations probably were not aware of our group, our solidarity movement, but once they were made aware of it, they have joined the cause. So we have various local groups now, organizations in Curacao, who have joined the Palestinian cause. Many of them stand ready in solidarity and support with any petitions that we would like to sign, any letters that we send to the government. They are willing to put their signature on it. And we have not heard back from our government yet. So in that sense, we are disappointed. And actually, Curacao is an associate member of CARICOM. So one of the points we have brought to them is that CARICOM is making all these, well, be it not large enough strides towards expressing condemnation of the apartheid state's actions and cutting ties, but Curacao in itself has not spoken against it at all. So we are disappointed in the silence of our government, but we are continuing to work. So now that we have joined together with various local groups, we are going to continue working to bring this point across so that we can have our government express and if the case is that they do not want to express solidarity with Palestine, then I think as a community, as citizens of Curacao, we have the right to know that as well. So in other words, we have the right to know where our government stands when it comes to genocide. So silence is not an option. We always say silence is choosing the side of the oppressor. In this case, we would like to hear from our government either or. So either if it's you stand in solidarity with Palestine, and if you don't, then we have a right to know, so we know what our government's views are when it comes to a genocide.
Okay.
And agreeing with Tabitha as well, that knowing that Curacao has a history of, what our island has gone through historically with enslavement, and recently have been offered apologies by the Kingdom of Netherlands and reparations, for instance, for the times of slavery. But now you are silent when it comes to genocide, because our foreign policy issues are handled by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Curacao itself does not handle foreign policy matters. But that doesn't mean that we cannot speak against it as an island.
Yes. Andressa, you have the final word.
Yeah, just to leave a message of, I won't say hope, but just to say that in the Caribbean, and as I said, I work with groups from all over the world, and I'm the coordinator for the BDS National Committee in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what I've seen in the last weeks of mobilization in the Caribbean region is amazing. Meaning that even though the islands are small, and maybe you can feel isolated, or like we are a very small country, etc., you have an amazing capacity of mobilization and communication among each other. And also, we understand that alone, as a single country, is really hard for a Caribbean country to stand up and lead some movement, but you are a big bloc. Even if it's not through CARICOM, or all the countries are within CARICOM, but you have CARICOM, which is a very well-established bloc, and then you have the other blocs and other alliances that can be done. And what I wanted to say is that there are things that can be done in the Caribbean that can influence. And this is a message from the Palestinian people. The BDS movement is led and called by the Palestinian people, and they sent a representative to the CARICOM summit because they really believe that in CARICOM and in the Caribbean as a whole, we have potential to push and to achieve results, both in boycott and divestment campaigns, but also in sanctions. For instance, even though CARICOM countries or Caribbean countries don't buy and sell a lot of things from Israel and to Israel, we have a lot of flags of Caribbean countries being used in vessels that are carrying weapons to Israel. And we have a very good directive from Antigua and Barbuda forbidding that can be replicated by other countries. So I mean, we have some ways that we can have Caribbean countries to have a real impact in what is going on. So just try to mobilize and try to reach to collectives and these groups of solidarity that are in touch with other groups and other BDS campaigns. And let's stick to this and make our angry to become concrete action, so we can, along with all over the world, push into the direction of dismantling Israeli apartheid and settlement regime.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to thank you all this evening for your time, and want you to know, let you know that we at Rebel Radio, we will continue to have these issues on the front line. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and we will talk again. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Desmond.
Thank you, and good evening.
Yes. That was Aleme Ayube, Iman Tabit, and Andrea Soretz. Yes, and you heard them giving us their views on the situation in Gaza. Well, that's the end of Eyes on the World for today. And until next week, take care.
They're fighting for
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Kingsley time. Yes, well, it's time now for World of Sports and Entertainment, you know. Yes, and I now hand you over to our host, Kingsley McCullough.
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome to the midweek bulletin, World of Sports and Entertainment result. We're going to start off with cricket. The West Indies and Australia. Australia have an unassailable 2-0 lead coming into the final test right here in Jamaica at Sabina Park, which is a dead rubber. Australia winning the series there. It has been a close contest, but the bowlers stuck to the task and did their job, but the batting let us down again in the series so far, and they are coming to Sabina Park starting this weekend. One of our cricketing greats, Mr. Richards, Jeffrey Dujan, is saying that, boy, he's saying that it's very bad because everything is centered around coach Darren Sammy, who is the head coach for all three formats of the game, the 2020, the one day, and test. And it doesn't look well on Darren Sammy, who is the present coach of the West Indies team in all formats. I've been talking about this a long time, based on Darren Sammy's credential as a batsman, an all-rounder, bowler. He's not there. And I don't know anything, or anyone doesn't know anything about his coaching credential, because first of all, I haven't heard of him coaching any of his team down at the Windward Islands. I haven't heard of that. He just come because he was a captain for the West Indies team during that T20 series that was won twice by West Indies when he was the helm of the team. But as a coach, I don't see what he has done in the region to merit getting the head coach for this West Indies team. West Indies were doing much better when our coach Kohli, who had played a test before they relinquished him of the responsibility for the white ball team, and they gave it to Sammy, saying that they don't need him any longer for no reason because he had a good record. That test match that we played in Australia, and we found as Joseph, the new bowler from Guyana, which that series drew 1-1 down under in Australia, right? So
one of the things that we must bear in mind, you know, a coach, whether it's a football coach, a boxing coach, or a cricket coach, remember.
All right.
Remember, you know, they have to coach what they are presented with, you know. A coach cannot make a batsman or what should I say now?
A bowler.
Yes, he cannot. The coach.
The coach. Yeah, I understand. Let me posit something here. Yeah. When you look at Darren Sammy, you see like how you have a Kirkley Ambrose, a Viv Richards, persons with influence in West Indies cricket, where youth look up onto. Darren Sammy does not have that kind of persona, right? I know that with Kirkley Ambrose or any of our West Indies past greats who maybe can be a mentor onto these players, because watch me now, coaching, you can't coach them big man if you complain now. You start coaching from the tender age where the academy and all that you groom younger players to come up with, and you cannot coach them players there. Them don't mold into what their craft that they are doing.
Yeah.
What would have served better, I could tell you, one of the greats that you can say, well, all right, these were some of the past, who could be meant something, that they can say, all right, Curtis Ambrose is there to give you some pointers in bowling. Lara is there. It is something like that the players would respect and know that them have these. Darren Sammy don't have those credentials, no.
Okay.
And it's something that when you look at the players, it's like they are not motivated, and hence the performance that they are putting in on. That is what's affecting the team. Not that the players can't bat, but you need that extra motivation from the coach to say, well, listen, man, you need to do this. Watch for the ball and a swing or something. He does not have that personality to command for him to tell those players.
Okay.
Right? Because I can remember Curtis Ambrose, who served as a mentor for the Jamaica Talawa team when he come here, And when the players them from Jamaica, including our captain, Ravman Powell, and everybody, saw that Ambrose was with us, we won the T20. I don't forget that. Ambrose made a difference. Him and Shandapal. That's a thing that you're looking for from persons of great. And all along, you see the impact of persons like that. You get the good result. Darren Sammy don't have it, and I don't know how. Not that I'm against him, but knowing how he plays and what he achieve as a cricketer and coach, no. If you're going to take the job from Kohli, who has done such a wonderful job, taking them up in the test rankings and playing Australia and all the other teams, because he know application, he know what to tell a bowler and a batsman. That's what Kohli is qualified to do. Kohli never fail, but them relinquish him of the coach, and he was doing well. I don't know why the West Indies board did that, but them say it's Darren Sammy going to all three formats. So far, from mistake over, he haven't won a series as yet, and it's not going to get any better. Okay. So I don't know what they're going to do after this test series, right? Going into the other series them coming up.
All right, so
it is food for thought. So Jeffrey Dujan is saying the same thing, asking the credential of Darren Sammy, and people are across the region are questioning what the impact that him having on the team, or what is it called? Him not talking to the players and them understand them and them listening. It's like they are being phlegmatic. Them just don't care because of Darren Sammy talk to them. Them don't see it that way at all. No? And that is the problem that the team is experiencing with the Darren Sammy.
All right, so
yes. We're looking forward to the test at Sabina Park. It's a dead rubber. Australia won already. I don't know what the turnout is going to be. And I'm hoping that the Jamaica Cricket Association at Sabina Park, they can do something to have persons coming out on Saturday to watch this. Because if they don't win it, it will be a 3-0 whitewash. And we don't want that on the Jamaican part. The pitch at Sabina Park is going to keep low. It's going to be for batting and bowling. And if West Indies can't make over 300 runs against them two test bowlers, Stark and Hazelwood, it's going to be very hard for them to negotiate these two bowlers from Australia. And that is what has been happening throughout the series at this time now. Yeah. Okay. It's worth going to watch, but let us wait and see how it pans out.
Well, until Friday, sir, you will have more details. So I want to thank you very much for your time this evening.
All right. So, one last thing I just want to tell my listeners, yes, that we have some events coming up, and you can listen for more. The new reggae cover song from Coney from the Philippines is out on District Kids, Spotify, and YouTube. You can listen. There's more to come from Coney. So, yes, lots of entertainment and things that we're going to talk about on Friday, starting 4 p.m.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. J.J. McCullough.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and that's bulletin from Sports and Entertainment. And that's where we have to end our show today. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Yes, thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And as we usually say at this time to the users of the roads, be careful. Over the weekend was bloody. 5 deaths in Trelawney. Be careful. And do whatever you can to protect yourself from the gunmen. Stay alive. And until Friday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is holding up big heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in lights, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
44 sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
He's always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or this old man, he was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bonds, and the youth